Hello, good evening, and welcome to the live stream Sunday at 5 p.m. as always. Good evening to Oscar, good evening to Plays Train Games, good evening to Lee Grant as well. Hope you are all well on this winter's afternoon. I think can we officially say winter now? I think we can, can't we? In December. But hope you're looking forward to tonight's look at the Preston Carlisle 2019 timetable. We're going to have a bit of a big look at that. So let's get underway with the titles. Well, good evening as well to Seb, and yeah, I've seen your message. You're having an operation on Tuesday. Unfortunately, you won't be here next Sunday. Well, I hope things go well for you on Tuesday. Sure, everything will be fine. Good evening to Brian, and good evening to Peter. You're back with your Peter title, are you, tonight? That's good to see. And good evening to Scooby as well. Contact the signaller. Hope everything goes well for you, Seb. So let's get started and underway. We're going to start off with I do know the opening run, and that's just about the only one that I'm sure on, and that's 9 Sierra 47, which is a Pendolino, London Euston to Glasgow. So going to be taking that from Preston to Carlisle. So we'll start off with that. And then the rest of it, not 100% sure, but I think we'll probably do a 142 on a sort of a Morecambe service and back. Probably a 150 maybe on a Carnforth to Preston, something like that. And I think we're going to definitely have a look at the Caledonian Sleeper and perhaps do a freight service as well. Very good question, Scooby. He wasn't on last week, Scooby, and I've not heard from him this week at all, so I'm not sure if he's giving us a miss. But let's hope not. Hopefully he will still join us, but he's usually in at the start, or he was until last week. I don't see why not, Lee. I'm sure pretty much everybody knows that we've got a British Formula 1 champion now. I didn't see it, unfortunately. I've been away for the weekend. I've been travelling back from a friend, so I had it a little bit on the radio, but it's always great to be able to hear of British success. But I can't imagine that there's anybody who doesn't know by now, I would have thought. So yeah, that's very good to know. Yeah, I was just making sure the game was showing up then for a second. Seem to get black screens, you know, in between different things sometimes now, and I'm not totally sure why that should be the case. We're going to do this in Virgin flowing silk colours, I think. So the 1051, 9 Sierra 47, London Euston to Glasgow Central. We'll set it to... we've got the June set, which I think is quite a nice time actually, because it shows off. Seems to default to June for some reason in this timetable, and of course you can alter it, but I think it's quite nice to see some summer summer colours really. But I did wonder if Amaze Taze might have been ill or something last week, but I can see he's posted one or two comments on the forums during the weeks, but I've not heard from him, so I don't know whether he's having a little break from us, but be interesting to find out. So this is a service from Preston to Carlisle, and we are in, say, virgin flowing silt, so straight away see a bit of interest going on. You've got a Pacer in Northern Colours Park next to us, and a 323 as well on a probably a Blackpool North service. This stuff sorted as well as usual. Not forgetting, of course, the AWS fuse. We'll have some day running lights. GSMR, I think, is already set. Yeah, 9S47. Ah, hello, Transport for Roadblocks. Hope you're well. Ah, don't worry, we haven't actually started yet, so all is good. Yeah, good evening, FPS Gamer. Hope you're well. And yeah, absolutely, Lee. No, it's great news, and it's always fantastic to see British sporting success. Sorry, we can't say the same in the cricket after a woeful performance, unfortunately, in the Ashes. I think we're stopping at Lancaster and Penrith and Carlisle, so just over an hour's run to begin with. Yeah, hope you're all having a good Sunday. Ah, good evening, Electric Blues. Hope you're all well. I've only had the chance to kind of do that. I did the preview run the other day with the Voyager, and I've loaded up a couple of the scenarios, but I've not had masses of chance to play on it. But it does look absolutely superb now. Completely different vibe this timetable. I've done all that, surely. Haven't I? I thought I'd done all that. Oh, that's annoying then. It's that one there. Oh, I might get points knocked off now for not failing to do that. That's very annoying, actually. Entirely my fault. Now we go up to 80 straight away. That's the one thing. I mean, if you're doing a run out of London Euston, then it takes ages before you build your speed up, but the speed up's built up pretty quickly. Hotel Hopper, I don't have that game, Transport for Roblox. I'm pretty much a one-man or one-game experience, really. It's all Train Simulator. Sometimes I venture into Train Sim Classic. Oh, there's another flowing silk Pendolino as well, but we'll get quite a lot of Pendolinos in the all grey colours. And I think before we get to the 80, we'll get the 110 marker. I think, unfortunately, we don't have... there is no possibility, I don't think, of getting the enhanced speed limits in this add-on. I think it's pretty much... unfortunately, we're always going to be restricted to the 110. Ah, good evening, Concord. Hope you're well. Yeah, no worries. And I think there is a bit of a chat about the... there's a cargo lining branding mod, which is an issue, which it doesn't work. I think you have to make sure you don't have that installed. I think some of the other branding mods work with it, which I don't think... I don't know whether that's something that can be corrected in time. I know Rachel, if she's watching us, commented on the on my Voyager video that she doesn't really want to use this mod unless that's sorted. But there's absolutely loads and loads of variety in this pack. So 142s, 150s, 153s, 158s, and you could do rail tours, you could do the Caledonian Sleeper. It's really, really interesting. Ah, excellent, the Duke of Gloucester. That's Steam, obviously, isn't it? I'm guessing. You don't mean the real Duke of Gloucester. If there is a Duke of Gloucester still, I don't know. We've got about 60 miles to go to Lancaster, the first stop. Yeah, excellent, Electric Blues. And I mean, I often say, but it's a similar situation for me, really. And I mean, sometimes I could go the whole week and not even have a chance to play on the game, even more so this weekend with being away at a friend's and not back until today. So you don't always get masses of time to play on the game, but it's kind of all the more interesting when you do get back into it. And I think there's bound to be the odd teething problem with these new timetable mods, and I think that's kind of fair enough, but hopefully get it sorted out. Oh, very good, Peter. Yeah. Oh, you straight away, you're on form. What do you reckon as well to the season of reveals? So this year, instead of it being like a daily episode, then we're getting a once a week. So there'll be like, we've had the first one last week, and then, which for my mind is a bit better. It got a bit silly last year, but I can't help wondering whether that's because they haven't got quite as much news to give away this time. I don't know. Ah, excellent. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, this time of the year, it's either, you know, in December, it's either cold and sunny and beautiful, but really cold, or it's raining and windy, which is kind of the constant at the moment. We're getting a lot of rain and wind. Yeah, there wasn't much news last week, was there? That's for sure. Yeah, I think so, Concord. I think, and to be honest, it was like that last year, wasn't it? Because, you know, you have this daily thing, but the reality was, most of the stuff that was announced, apart from things like the North London line, we already knew about anyway. So. Oh, I know, Peter. Yeah, Thomas the Tank Engine and all that. I mean, there's been there's a bit more news on the Tadami line, and in theory, slightly interesting because it's Japan. It's you know, it's a different country, but it's a single track branch line in the main, so I can't find myself getting too carried away now. If we could get Tokyo, an EMU set in Tokyo, I would be absolutely delighted for Train Sim World. Or if we could get the Shinkansen and we could do a bullet train, then that would be a day one purchase. But I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about this Tadami line. Yeah, I know. It's. I mean, I don't know whether one of these is going to be mentioned about the North London line release, but we kind of already know about that anyway. So that's kind of, we know that's up and coming. We know that Crew Preston's upcoming, but when it's going to be, I think the best guess seems to be January now rather than anything else. I'm just hoping that one of these reveals will at least announce at least one new British route. And I think there will be. I think, you know, there seems to be a bit of a clamour about the fact there's going to be a Wherry line, so presumably that might be one of them. But if we could get 2 new British routes being announced, then I'd be quite pleased. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's, you know, like I say, it's in theory it's quite good, a different country, and okay. I think there are. I forgot what the team are called. That I think it's a small team that produced the Japanese concept, but it's obviously their first foray into TSW6. So I suppose it's kind of one way of getting your head around it a little bit. Yeah, I used to love Ivor the engine when I was little. It used to make me laugh because it was so basic, really. You know, it's like a kind of a 2D thing where the train moved across the screen, but it was quite funny. Oh, I know. Well, that was the thing. I remember me and the mate Taze were debating just before it was in that period, and we were hoping for something really dramatic for the final announcement, and then it turned out to be Thomas the Tank Engine. Could be. But yeah, certainly Ivor the engine takes me back. My sister bought me a DVD. She remembered I used to like Ivor the engine. She bought me a DVD with a few episodes of, but they're probably knocking about on YouTube, I suppose, these days. Well, I just hope we get something, say, whether it be tomorrow, I don't know, but hopefully just something to get really excited about. Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think that would be nice. Because we are running out of new UK stuff coming out, really, aren't we? You know, we know about Crew Preston, which I'll be really looking forward to. That's going to be exciting. But we don't know anything really beyond that. So hopefully there'll be something. Is that single yellow? That was single yellow, wasn't it? We've got to be careful here. We're going to have to go beyond the 70 mile an hour in case this is a red signal coming up. Yeah, Dutch would be great. Something around Amsterdam would be interesting to have the airport service into Schiphol. I'm sure. Sorry, from Schiphol to the central of Amsterdam. I'm sure many people have done that in reality. Yeah, I think inevitably it's a little bit like that. It's going to be like, you know, they're trying to make it sound really excited, and a lot of the time it's just not. No, we're okay. We've got the feather. We're okay. Yeah, we've got what's the Arosa line? I think it got mixed reactions, but the one where you start off in the streets, is that Switzerland or is that Austria? And we've got Benina as well, haven't we? You probably think they can get away with not bothering to get accurate sounds. And there we go, there's a 56 coming through on a Freightliner working. There is some absolutely incredible routes though in Switzerland, isn't there? I went with the school many years ago in the early 80s, and we went on the train, and we did a lot of train journeys. Actually, we stopped near Lake Interlaken. Absolutely beautiful. It was like being in Wales, only even more pretty. It was in the summer, but we still got to see some snow at the top of Jungfrau Joch, I think it was called. Yeah, I was thinking if I get round to it, that might be, I might do a recorded one on the Benina line as a kind of one of the Christmas videos. If I get round to it, I could really do with refreshing the titles, so that we have, probably from next Sunday, we'll actually have some Christmas themed titles with some snow in. I'm about on time as well by the looks of it. Seems to be a bit of a thing. I don't know if this is Preston Carlisle on TSW6 anyway, but we seem to be slightly lacking in passengers getting on and off. I'd never noticed that before. Even got hanging baskets. That's great in itself. Yeah, I've only been once to Switzerland, but I was enchanted, and I'd love to go back. And I think I'm right in saying there's some absolutely beautiful videos on YouTube in and around Switzerland with cab rides, which again on a Christmas afternoon as it's going dark is kind of just the right thing to watch, really. I like it, Concord, yeah. Yeah, we are green, aren't we? We're green away. And if I get the chance as well in the next few weeks, I'll try and put together a little compilation of sort of review of the year as a, you know, I don't know, a shortish 10-15 minute video, something like that. Review of some of the releases that have come out from TSW, and there's been lots of good things, but you know, inevitably it's worth highlighting the fact that for all the good with the game, and it's been good, particularly as a PC user, there's been so many issues for all the console users. I love it, Peter. Yeah, yeah. We've got some prettiness coming up in this particular run as well when we start going through the Lake District, through Oxenholme and onto Penrith. But yeah, probably not. Even that's probably not quite as nice as the as Switzerland. And I think again, I mean, we've talked about Germany, haven't we, where trains used to be, everything used to operate absolutely pretty much bang on time and was really efficient. Nowadays doesn't seem to be the case, but as far as I know in Switzerland, a bit like Japan really, on time means on time, and you know, the old cliche about accuracy, Swiss accuracy. Yeah, I'd definitely love to visit more of Switzerland sometime, and you know, I'd be more of inclined to do it in the summer rather than the winter, because I'm not a great cold person. You know, much as though the snow makes it very, very pretty, I prefer it when it's a bit more warm. Ah, excellent. Yeah, do you know, I've not seen too many videos of stuff like that. I don't know much about Swiss trains really, new or old. So we've got the neutral section noted there, so I've kind of knocked the power off, but of course it doesn't actually implement it in the game, not with the Pendolino anyway. If you're driving the electrics it does, but it's kind of linked into the train itself. Yeah, they got some pretty famous tunnels, haven't they, as well? Yeah, well, this is it. And again, I'm sure. Oh, sick double yellow. Oh, well, hang on a minute. That must mean we've got something coming in off the Morecambe line that might hold us up. So we'll have to get some brakes on here. Yeah, somehow, I could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling that potholes in Switzerland have all been efficiently dealt with. I know, we've got a green, so presumably the train coming off the Morecambe branch has made it through the junction, but I presume that's why we got the double yellow. So I'm expected to see either a pacer or a sprinter coming past us fairly soon. There we go, 158. Yes, indeed, yeah. Yes, it's a bit different around here. I'm saying off the Morecambe branch. No, I'm getting the locations wrong. This is Carnforth, so to be off the Cumbrian coast, wouldn't it? That 158. Yeah, I must try and contact Amaze Tays in the week if I can get hold of him, just to find out what's going on. A bit surprised he's been such a regular for over the last 12 months or so, really. Yeah, shame he's not with us. Still got the micro stuttering though, don't you? But of course this is prevalent on TSW, it feels as though, regardless. I suppose the only other possibility is maybe Amaze Tays is, I know he's been building a new computer, so perhaps he's trying to put the finishing touches on that. I don't know. The speed set on this thing seems a bit bulk sometimes as well, and I'm sure I've heard it said somewhere, I don't know if this is definitely an accurate thing, but it seems as though it works best on level ground. I don't think it's quite as brilliant as, say, on when you get the cruise control on the Class 90. Excellent, Peter, yeah. You see, I've got the speed control on, but we're still speeding. Oh, 350, a Transpennine Express unit as well. I mean, I did wonder perhaps last week if he has decided not to buy the Cardiff City Network pack, but maybe that because we got a bit of that. I don't know. Well, that takes me back to I mean, I've never been bothered about the conductor thing that you can do in this game. Never really interested me in the least, but it seems as though you can only accept tickets that are kind of going to destinations that are within the game. You have to reject them otherwise, which seems a bit random. Ah, good evening, Kane. Hope you're well. Ah, right, excellent. So, hope things are looking well for you on your new tally. Mine's a right old one, to be honest. I think my tally dates back to 2012. I think I've said before, but I've been many a time from London Euston on a Avanti first class service, and I think it's because the first carriage, sometimes the second carriage, is first class. Then you, on nearly every service, you'll get a standard class ticket holder sitting in first class, and within 5 minutes of the journey setting off, it's like, sir, this is a first class zone. This is, I didn't realise, you know. Oh, excellent, Kane. Yeah, was it good fun? But I think it seems to happen more at Euston. I mean, I've kind of got on the train at Manchester Piccadilly as well and headed south, but because first class is at the front of the train, then never seems to be an issue. But because the first class is right near to the first carriage that you come to, then it seems to confuse people. Yeah, you absolutely 100% can without sounding disparaging, or from my side trying to be respectable. Really bendy sections around here as well. This is kind of why tilting trains were needed in this country for this part of the West Coast Main Line. This is really the bendy part. I think we're coming towards Oxenholme now with the branch for Windermere. That's strange. That's a couple of times I've heard the sound just randomly cutting out on the run so far. Oh, we've got a all ghost-like Pendolino waiting in the platform heading southbound. So I take it, Brian, you are doing this run, are you? Have you got this installed? But I don't know if anybody else is got this installed and having a go at it. Oh yeah, definitely, Seb. Yeah, I'm sure it'll go well, and it's not something anybody look forward to, but you can look forward to being on the other side of it and it all being finished. I've tried to tell myself once when I was having an operation, and you know, inevitably you feel slightly worried and nervous, but I kind of thought, well, I don't have to do anything. I've just got to sit back, relax, and they'll sort it all out. Let somebody else do the worrying. So I kind of tried to relax myself in that way a little bit. And you are in good hands. That's the thing. They'll take care of you, and they'll look after you well on the other side as well. I love it. I love it, Peter. Yeah. That's a Victor Meldrew type of thing, isn't it? That's exactly what he would have done. I've certainly had the situation where you know, it's sort of like the salesman on the phone to his secretary at the office. Right then, Sandra. Right, now I've been on the phone to such. What I need you to do now is this. You'll find this in this drawer, and you'll be doing this and this and this and this. But I don't know, it just seems to be I think because of the age of the internet, it's slightly better on that front nowadays. But yeah, I'm sure you'll be fine, Seb. Let's say, just remember, let's say, they are the experts. You don't actually have to do anything. Let them do all the hard work for you. I quite like that vigilante attitude, Peter. I don't think I'd be brave enough to do it myself, but I've certainly wanted to. I think the closest I came was, I think, again, it was on a Pendolino, and okay, it was slightly sunny, and a chap in front pulled the blinds down, but he kind of pulled it about 3/4 of the way down, which I thought was a bit unnecessary. Completely blocked off the view. I thought, well, you could actually have it a bit higher, and it wouldn't be an issue. And he never asked me, which kind of really annoyed me. So I waited until the sun went behind a cloud, and I lifted it up a bit. And he kind of gave me a glare, but he didn't say a word. I'm not sure, Kane, to be honest. I haven't found a way of how to use it, really. If I can figure out a way, we'll see how we go for time. But I don't know where it is. I've got it installed, but when I looked for it the other day, I just couldn't find it. This is the, again, we were talking about stunning scenery in Switzerland, but this really is a magnificent part of the route. I always tend to, for this section, I just like to put the camera out in front and you can kind of savour the beautiful scenery. That's if you can get the camera in a good enough position so it doesn't keep glitching with the catenary. But I think as a train ride, I mean, we always talk about Settle Carlisle. You talk about the you know, the Riviera line. You talk about the Cambrian coast. You talk about the West Highland line, but this is kind of slightly underrated, I think. You like me friend in that respect, Pete. The one I've been the weekend with. He'll pick a fight with people if need be, but he does tend to have a check on their build and the stature before entertaining any confrontation. Our 100% Concorde. Ah, good evening, dude. I've remembered you this week. You're still with your Azza name. I mean, we just know we're in safe hands with Just Trains. When they release a route, we know that it's going to be absolutely stunning, and they haven't let us down yet. And I'm sure Crew Preston, okay, it's not going to be quite as beautiful as travelling through the Loon Gorge as we are now, but it's still going to be interesting. And roll on being able to do Birmingham New Street through to Carlisle for a start, which is not going to be a mean feat in itself. We just need a 2019 Crew to Preston timetable doing as well, which is a bit greedy from me saying that because it doesn't even come out yet. Yeah, and that's probably partly due to the skill of Just Trains, and I don't know, maybe it's perhaps as well the fact that it is a double track line, most of the way, and I suppose, I don't know. Yeah, well, we've already had a few of them, Azza, or Dude. We had week 1 with the they're doing it in 3 stages, aren't they, this year? So we'll see what comes out tomorrow with the next batch. It'd be a lovely kind of advanced Christmas present for me if Crew Preston was suddenly announced it was coming out like the week before Christmas or something. That would be lovely, but somehow I just don't think it's going to be the case. I don't know how you feel. Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, it's not going to be just about fast runs as well. There's going to be plenty of freight. And okay, we'll find out. I don't know how much I'll be able to do live streaming of the merry-go-round hopper trains, because it's kind of a case of go pick your coal up and you can probably go have a cup of tea whilst it's loading the wagons. Yeah, I've not filled in the survey yet. I mean, funnily enough, I think, I don't know whether Amaze Taze might be getting a bit disillusioned with TSW at the moment, because I remember a few weeks ago he was encouraging everybody to fill in the survey, and then I think I did see a comment from him in the forums about saying it's not worth bothering with or something. So that might be partly the it might be partly the issues at the moment. Maybe he's just gone off TSW for a little while, slightly. And I think, I mean, some people have said they're fed up with Just Trains basing their routes around Preston, but I do like at least the consistency, the fact that they're trying to link things together. Yeah, absolutely, Concord, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good. I did it once on the stream, and I think again, somebody who doesn't watch us anymore, Christopher, who was a frequent viewer for a very, very long time, but I think he was a little bit of the opinion that because Tees Valley Line was a very, very old route, he was like, is this really Train Sim World? This looks more like Train Sim Classic. But I think it was just because it's an old route, really. But I do love little stuff like that. Yeah, well, I think yeah, I think there's a reasonable certainty on that. I mean, again, if they're going to join something up, they've got to go south from Crewe, haven't they, next time? And, you know, maybe, who knows, it might be, they might be going south to Milton Keynes, but, you know, on the Trent Valley line, something like that. I suppose the other option, if they are going to do Preston, it might be to go south down to Manchester Victoria. Yeah, we do want it joined up, don't we? We really want it joined up. So, you know, sort of Milton Keynes to Birmingham New Street or Milton Keynes to Crewe via the Trent Valley, then we're going to get very, very long West Coast Main Line runs then. And it's something that DTG have been hopeless over, really. You know, they've been very, very lax, and they don't seem to be in the slightest bit bothered about joining these things up. But surely most people want to be able to do extended runs, even if it's over different routes. Yeah, well, there's I mean, there's plenty more you could go at with Crewe, really. I mean, I'm biased because I live near Crewe, so having Crewe there would be good. Oh, that's interesting. We've got a tanker with a 66 there. But yeah, with a class 304 EMU and maybe a 310 as well, then I'd be delighted. Yeah, North Wales coast would be good. Actually, we'll swing the camera around now because okay, we're still in the Lake District, but the scenery from here is a little bit more ordinary, shall we say, from here on. Yeah, I think loads of people have asked for the 730. You kind of feel as though the 730 wouldn't be that difficult to do. And yeah, I mean, the 444 would be, you know, you've kind of already got the 350 in the game, so surely it wouldn't be the most difficult thing in the world to do. I must try and get it filled in myself in the next few days. Yeah, and I believe, I think, again, Amaze Taze has mentioned about Just Trades and the Met Line, and I think they've said to him that they've definitely got no wish to do that for Trade Sim World, because they kind of said it was a nightmare in its own right doing it once for Trade Sim Classic, so they've kind of got no desire to do that. But there's nothing stopping anybody else from doing it. Now, an interesting point about the Met Line, because I was on it, not this last week, but the week before, but I noticed a lot more of it now is ATO. So even at Wembley Park, that bit going down to Finchley Road is ATO. But, you know, there's absolutely nothing stopping them from doing it from the timetable from a few years back. Well, that was the good thing about the Met Line route as well, and I keep meaning to do another video on that, because Trade Sim Classic wise, it still is a great piece of DLC, and unlike a lot of the other routes, you had a fairly extensive lot of scenarios included with the pack straight out of the box, and even with like a shift put in place, which I quite like the idea of that. You've kind of, I think you've got shift 1, shift 2, shift 3, and you know, it takes you through different moves, and it's kind of got a bit of logicality about it. And you know, they went to the trouble as well of they sat with an S8 parked up at the depot, Neasden maybe, and they said, right, let's plays all the announcements and we'll get those recorded, and of course they were probably one of the first add-ons to be able to pick out the announcements where, without having to set them specifically, they could, like, the game could work out from where you are GPS wise. Good evening, Craigu7. Hope you are well. Just to say, everybody, by the way, thanks as always, everybody, for joining. As ever, much appreciated. And if you haven't done so before, if you consider liking and subscribing to the channel, then I would be tremendously grateful. Me too, Lee. Me too. That's exactly what I've had. We generally do have chicken on a Sunday, to be honest. But I've kind of I've gone against what's considered acceptable, and because I prefer my red wine to my white wine, so I know you're supposed to have white wine with chicken, but I generally still have a glass of red wine. Yeah, I hope you do well, Craigu7. Right, now then. Good point, Peter. It's on me. I've put it on this week. My description on my channel, I've added it on there, so just copy and paste it in from there. And if you still can't find it, I'll at the end of this run, I'll copy it in myself on the chat for you once we get to Carlisle. I think it's quite difficult to do this timetable and be on time, because the issue is we're driving a Pendolino and we can't do 125 miles an hour. Or at least we could, but we'd be breaking the speed limits in the game. I better think about stopping at Penrith as well, because we're only a mile away. Oh, excellent, Craigu. Yeah, it's a very interesting place. I've only ever once been to Carlisle on the train, because I once went with my brother. We went on the Settle in Carlisle, so we had a walk around Carlisle. Very interesting place, and it's kind of an interesting station as well, the Carlisle Citadel. Yeah, I like it. Do they go a bit mad when they see the sheep in the fields and all stuff like that? It'd be nice if they could update the Pendolino to get the announcements in. Kind of hoping we get that when because one of the things that is coming out imminently, we know, is the 805 for we're going to get announcements with that for certain, but whether we get announcements then included for the Pendolino, that would be quite nice. I'm sure I read somewhere with some update they kind of put there was announcements including for the Pendolino, and then they crossed it out or something along those lines. I could be wrong. Yeah, we've got something weird going on with the passengers. I don't know whether this is peculiar to this mod or whether it's generally an issue with this route now currently, but we're getting absolutely zero passengers getting on and off. I love it. Yeah, I love stuff like that. Oh. What have we got? Sounds like a 350. What do we think now? I mean, we're kind of at that funny period, aren't we, in December? So, do we think that there will be anything released between now and Christmas? Yeah, that's true. Actually, I don't think I'll be the only Avanti West Coast service that hasn't run to time. I mean, you absolutely could if you wanted to. You could kind of take the view that you could actually switch the tilt off and say, well, we can't use the tilt because it's broke at the moment, and therefore we can't do the enhanced speed restrictions. Yeah, a fix might be expect a bit too much, Scooby. Yeah, it's one of those things though, you can close your eyes and you know what it is instantly, so it's funny, isn't it? And we kind of got that similarity with the in a way with the 323s, with the 444s, with the 450s. See, I mean, I would love them to bring out the mild May extension, but I've got my doubts about that, because the only thing we saw was on, I don't think it was the last roadmap, or it was the one before, but we saw a couple of photos of we saw a couple of photos around Richmond, so you sort of thought, well, how far has he actually got with this? I think we had a couple of shots around Richmond, and then a shot around going over the Thames, so just before Gunnersbury, so it's like, not sure how far advanced he is with it. Yeah, I think if I had to take a guess, I think I'd be more likely to think maybe the 805, but I'd be absolutely delighted if Crew Preston came out before Christmas, because that for me would be a Christmas present in its own right. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Although, I suppose, to be fair, you wouldn't want to close your eyes though with a Deltic or a Western, certainly not nowadays, because you'd miss seeing it. Yeah, they'll probably cap it, won't they, in some ways. I mean, we're kind of hoping that they're going to do that thing at Richmond where we're going to get like a reskinned 350 or something to represent the southwestern trades coming through, hopefully, and I'm guessing destock trades for the district line services to Gunnersbury. They haven't, Craigu, but it is a route that's on Train Sim Classic, and actually it was released at New Year's Eve a couple of years back. It was done by Tom, who of course is of Train Sim TV fame. So that's a nice little run. I've never actually done a full run on that. That's another video I could do. The trouble is sometimes I've got so many ideas for videos that I almost forget about them and don't do them. Yeah, there's definitely a one on Train Sim Classic, which certainly takes in Barrow and Furness. I think it goes to Millham, I think it is the ultimate destination. Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy enough with a 350 reskinned as a 450, because I can't imagine that they're going to build a... Yeah, I kind of see what you mean. I don't think they're going to build a 450 specifically for that little section at Richmond, but it would make a lot more sense if they were doing a route itself that actually is going to include a 450. At some point we're going to get a southwestern trains route of some description, aren't we? Surely, because at the moment that's never been done. We've never had a Greater Anglia route, and I think that's partly for licensing reasons, though again this Great British Railways thing should hopefully make that situation easier. Wonder if the speed set thing is as unreliable in real life as it is on this route, but I mean it works pretty well on the West Coast Main Line South, but when you've got these undulations it seems to be awful. Yeah, I know. Trouble is there aren't that many, you know, in the modern day, if you're going to set it in the modern day, there aren't that many locos these days. Yeah, I think behind East Coast Main Line, I think that would be your number one route, wouldn't it, Scooby? But yeah, I'd be delighted with that. A lot more to go on in Scotland as well, which I'm sure Andrew, 156 Andrew Shortbread Express, he's put a video up actually of him munching on a bit of shortbread. I don't know if it was today or yesterday.
Hello.
But I'm sure he would like that.
Mm. Sorry.
Yeah, I wonder if it's like that in real life.
Are you or Worcestershire?
Peter.
How's your stream going?
We're going to be way off missing this 85 speed limit here. Are we? Or are we going to make it? No, we're okay. Yeah, Network Rail Pack would be quite nice, wouldn't it? Actually, that's another thing we know that's coming out at some point as well. This HST pack, you know, sort of the end of the HST pack, which would be nice. And I think it seems as though it's fairly nailed on that. I think it's fairly nailed on that we're going to get the ScotRail HST on that as well. I don't know whether we're going to get the plug doors or not. I thought so as well too, Scooby. I've no idea who that was. I thought it might have been my brother actually. It sounded slightly like it, but I've no idea why he would suddenly come in there. Yes, yes, I know about the Stourbridge one. Oh yeah, definitely, definitely, Brian. Yeah, it would be lovely. Of course, the old Just Trains route up to Dundee was good, but it's so old now. Yeah, I definitely heard something come through. Very, very strange. I say it sounded a bit like my brother, but I can't think why. When I go for do my half time, if we don't hear anything else, when we go to do our half time cuppa, then I'll ask him. Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, definitely, Scooby.
Hello.
There it is again. That's something to do with the Discord, I wonder. I mean, it is possible to do voice through the Discord, I think, isn't it? But I haven't learned how to do it yet. Yeah, very strange. I have got the Discord thing switched on. If anybody's got the Discord channel switched on, can you see anything on there that might indicate what it is? There you go again. Yeah. There could be. Yeah, very strange. Yeah. Not even Halloween either, is it? Right, coming into Carlisle. I really enjoyed that run, actually. That was fabulous. Ooh, I'm speeding way out for this 20. Ah, good evening, Southwestern. I'm fine, thank you. And how are you? Take it you're all past your mocks now. So hopefully chill out a little bit more, sort of train sim wise, before Christmas. There you go. So you got a couple of 158. I think there's a slight issue with the buffers, by the way, in this mod at the moment, in as much as I think the units are right up to the buffer stops. Yeah, oh, and me, yeah. Yeah, I think that is so good, yeah. Carpet wrong. Where did he get that idea from? Yeah, it makes me chuckle every time I go past it. So if Brian's done that run, then I would imagine he might have beat me score-wise, because I definitely wasn't perfect there. Yeah, it's either in the season reveals, or it might have been the last roadmap But no, I think it was in the season reveals, wasn't it? So yeah, so we've got a Scott Rail. Oh, we've got a Pendolino coming in as well. But yeah, this is a brilliant station, Craigu, and say you're very lucky if this is your local station. Yeah, there's a link at the of the articles, but at the bottom of the website, that'll be one of them. Yeah, Dumfries to Carstairs. Yeah, excellent. That's the kind of the long-winded run, isn't it? But yeah, have a look through the article. So that's my score anyway, 24,812. I mean, Brian hasn't said definitively whether he's doing this run or not. I'm not totally sure. You do, and again, that's reflected in this game. There's a lot to be going on with. Let's just open up this Discord. Oh, there's something about general, it says, with it's got like an audio tab on, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to mute it. It's not meant to be having audio on anyway. I pressed mute on it. I hope that doesn't mean suddenly you can't hear me. Well, you've got quite a few bits of it, as it has to be said, Southwest, and yet no, I don't think it was on the game. Couldn't be on the game. Right, so that's that run, and let's just quick advert break, and then we'll start the next run. The ferryman's confirmed his score as well. Oh, I've actually started off with a winning score, haven't I? 22,898. Oh, that's good to know. So I'll put that up on the leaderboard in a second, Brian. But quick advert break for a moment. I know, I'm the same. Well, this is true, but if you can't have a glass of wine on a Sunday, regardless of whether you're driving a train or not, then when can you have one? That's the question. So see you in a sec. A little bit of educated guesswork for me with this advert thing. I've pressed 2 adverts to come on, but it just doesn't tell me when they're finished. So it's kind of hoping that it has. Let's just get the game loaded up. So thank you very much, Brian. Quick check on the scoreboard. So for once, it's an early lead for me after quite a trouncing. But yeah, thank you very much as ever for contributing in these runs. Much appreciated. Right, now, the only thing about this this tools thing is sometimes it causes a little bit of an issue because it's so far it's kind of seems to have stuck on it and it's not loaded the game up yet. I've just got to close it until I reopen. It's just balked it in some way. There you go. It's done it this time. I've missed your point, Southwestern. I didn't get one, but that's probably because I've had one recently. Very good, Pete. I like it. Yeah, Craigu, yeah, you're living in Stourbridge. Great services to Worcester, Malvern, and to Birmingham. Yeah. That is a route that people have talked about over the years, Carlisle to Newcastle, but it's never been done. And again, very picturesque. So I think we'll do a Morecambe run next. I think so. Lancaster to Morecambe. Probably might as well do the return journey really as well, just for the hell of it. Excuse me. So we'll probably do it in the Pacer, I suppose, and then after that we'll go on and perhaps do a 150. So which one shall we pick? It doesn't really matter, but we'll start off from Lancaster. So we'll do make sure it's kind of, mind you, it's morning time, so it doesn't really matter. We'll do the 0853, I think, to Charlie 78. Yeah, I'm sure wine and train driving wouldn't be a good thing in real life, though, Craigu. There was a situation in the 80s where the sleeper came to grief at Morpeth on the East Coast Main Line back in the days when the East Coast Main Line had sleepers, and I think the driver had a drink or two on that service. Right, might have to try a different one because it's hang on then, it's done one of those weird things where it's not loaded up the service. So right, where? No, that's Morecambe. We need the other end, I think. Hang on. Right, there's nothing at Lancaster. Let's start again. We'll ignore that one. We'll do another service. Absolutely, Pete, yeah. Oh, excellent, Southwestern, yeah. Well, we'll pick another service, because that's one seems to have... yeah, it's not worked for whatever reason. There might be the odd service, perhaps, that doesn't load up properly, so we'll try another one. Right, we'll try 1048 Lancaster to Morecambe. To Charlie, what's that, 83, isn't it? Fingers crossed this time. Yeah, I think that's the thing though, Southwestern. You can have periods where there's lots of stuff coming out, there's new stuff, it's dead interesting, and then you have these little lulls. But I think things like this coming out, brand new timetable, and it does get interest in the game. Yay, it's worked. Ah. It hasn't worked. This isn't going very well, this section, is it? This is what happens when you have to keep your fingers crossed, because with being out for the weekend, I haven't had a chance to load the individual services up. Yeah, well, this is the problem, isn't it? I mean, that is the number one thing. I mean, we talk about all these lovely stuff that's coming out, but right, let's try another one. We will get there. Morecambe. Lancaster to Morecambe, the 1128. Come on. Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully this time. If this doesn't work, we'll try something not the 142. I think the only issue he's got with using this this train sim tools or whatever it's called is whether, I think they seem to be constantly updating it. So you know, whether you're going to have to constantly download it. Right, I'm saying nothing at this point. Oh, vehicle derailed. Now, it doesn't like that, does it? Right, we're going to ignore Lancaster to Morecambe then. Morecambe does not look like a place we'll be going to. So we'll try the 142 again one last time, and then if it's not the 142, then we'll, if this doesn't work, then we'll assume it's the 142. So it's either the 142 or it's the fact that it's on a Morecambe service. Right, Lancaster to Carnforth. 0646. Oh, this is all good fun, isn't it? Yeah, I think the Pacer came about because of cheapness, really, and I don't think the government particularly wanted British Rail to be spending a load of money. 2 Hotel 54. There we are. We're in. So we're not. Seems to be something to do with the Morecambe services. Don't know why. What have we got for... Do we want marker or headlights? I suppose marker for the daytime, don't we? Right, okay. We haven't got a destination on there, so... I can't remember where the service is supposed to be going to. Is it Leeds? I can't remember now. We'll say Leeds. So would you offer 0648? Right, that's a good point, Scooby. Right, okay, I might try that actually. I know the Morecambe ones were working the other day because when I did the video. Right, so have we got leads on that? Yeah, there we go. Absolutely. One clever thing about this, by the way, is the seats have been changed into northern colours, and you've got kind of northern colouring there. So they've worked into. It's not just a reskin into northern livery, which is magnificent. And there are different versions of this northern livery as well. So I think that what they've said is potentially they might be able to... Oh yeah, we need to take some brakes off, don't we? I think they might be able to use the Cardiff City network at some point. Because you'd have the more accurate doors for the more recent version of the Pacer. I kind of expected it to be on East South Western because I think when they last did a road map, it wasn't even in the 0 to 3 months category. So I know Amaze Taser's always said he's almost getting to the point of thinking he's wondering whether it will ever get released. Changing colours, it's like putting lipstick on a pig. Yeah, absolutely. So we're only about 5.4 miles away to Carnforth. Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't get the chance to see the freight then coming through. Yeah, it's been a long time coming because it was originally announced for Train Sim World 5, wasn't it? And it was almost along the lines of, now we don't even know when it's coming out in Train Sim World 6. We are non-stop to Carnforth. We'll perhaps try a Morecambe to Lancaster, and you never know, you might be able to just spawn it in from Morecambe anyway. It's only quite a short run, this one. Here we are, we're on the most comfortable train in the country, of course. You can see it beautifully bouncing about on the tracks. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you kind of think it was a bit of a stopgap, really, and it was only supposed to be a temporary measure. I think they very quickly realised, British Rail, that the Pacers weren't going to be any good, other than as a very, very short-term measure. I mean, they ended up lasting ages, and they built different classes of them, but they kind of went on to build more longer lasting DMUs. I mean, although ironically the Pacer carried on much the same time, but we had the 150s coming in. So the Sprinter revolution was kind of like, we've got to build a second generation of DMUs that lasts more than that works better than the Pacer. Yeah, it's great fun to drive. I mean, I think we're supposed to be top speed 75, but you know, we're not breaking the speed limit. The game's allowing us to go at 110 in theory, so I'm quite happy to speed at this point. Yeah, absolutely. That would be unique, wouldn't it? Southwestern. Yeah, I mean, they've ventured quite a lot of places. There are obviously a lot in the northern region, and they were in Cornwall for a while, and then British Rail quickly realised that they were absolutely hopeless on the Cornish lines. So I think that was double yellow last, wasn't it? Yeah, it's definitely single yellow coming up, so we're okay there. And that was exactly the thing. It is, we talked about before. They were very much built with from a Leyland National bus. Oh, absolutely, yeah. And you look at a 150 and you look at a 455, and it's kind of, it's electric version or a diesel version of the same thing, isn't it? Exactly the same body shell, which I know they didn't look the same, but I think they were essentially based off the Mark III coaches. We've got, that was one of those advanced control signals, wasn't it? Because we are actually going onto the Cumbrian coach line branch, aren't we? Would be with this service, but be a hell of a long way to Leeds, wouldn't it? I think we'd go up to Carlisle and then along the, I presume along the Settle and Carlisle line then to across to Leeds, but it'd be a very, very long stretch. But yeah, it'd be great on this service if we could. Oh, I didn't know about the 10. He didn't warn us about that, did it? It'd be lovely to be able to carry on this run and take it on to Barrow now. You really hear the wheel flange just battling with the curvature on the track. Yeah, I think Settle Carlisle's always been a possibility. I mean, people have said the only trouble is it's not got the most exciting timetable in the world, Settle Carlisle. You know, even the modern day version, okay, you put rail tours, you put all sorts of stuff in, but it's not the most, it's very, very scenic, but it's not the busiest timetable in the world. I think that would make a brilliant like freeware route if somebody could do it. No one thought of breastfeeding mothers when designing the Pacer. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, I think that's the problem. Certainly, British Rail blew time. I mean, British Rail were trying to run the thing down. They were trying to get it closed, and they didn't have any success with it ultimately. But it had got a very scaled back service. It was only through people really, really campaigning that kept it going. Ah, brilliant, Southwestern. You beat me by 3 points, and we'll get Brian's score hopefully in a second. Let's 2273. Yeah. Oh right. Okay. So I'm 2-0 up in my contest with Brian, and this was after being well. Okay, I was 4-0 down and then reduced it to 4-2 last week. But Concord has gone 1 up between the two of us. So okay, let's go to the scoreboard and do a little bit of tinkering with it. I can't remember what the service. It doesn't really matter, does it? We'll just title it Lancaster to Carnforth. So for me, it was 2296. So Brian was 2273, and then we'll add a participant. which was Southwestern. And he was 2,299. So of course it'd only been a short run. It isn't that surprising that there wasn't much to choose between us. But well done, Southwestern. You've won that one. Pretty close though, as you can see. Just 26 points between the three of us. But well played. So I'm hoping, because it was only a short run, I'm not going to like reload the game up at this point. We'll try and do another 142 run, but we'll do it from Morecambe, see if we have better luck with it. As Scooby says, we could just spawn it in on foot at Morecambe, and I think we'd still be all right. But let's see if we can get it to work from the timetable mode. So we'll do another 142. And we'll try the 0738 Morecambe to Lancaster, see if we get more success with this. So welcome back, Kane. Hope you're well. 3,000 for me, says Pete. I derailed it after 5 miles and had it take to a scrapyard, so that was a bonus. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks, Caden. I hope you're well too. So we'll probably do a 150 after this. Yeah, you see, it's all right at Morecambe. It seems to be from Lancaster that there's some issue with the with it for whatever reason. I would do, Kane, if I could figure out how to load it into the game. That's my problem. I tried last week. I haven't figured out a way of doing it yet. I'm not sure why it's not showing up. If you could find a way yourself of it showing up in one of the timetables. But ideally, I want it to be able to do it at Preston Carlisle, because we're kind of focusing on that tonight. So I don't know yet. I'm thinking probably unlikely. I'll probably have to have a play about. I mean, last week I had a load of time because I wasn't working on the Monday, so I could literally... I went on for 5 hours last week, but this week I'm going to have to cut it off after the 4 hours. I'm trying to find Lancaster on this. There we go. Yep, that'll do us there. And then what we really should do is have a walk through to the back. Kind of loaded train here. We should actually try and get what are we on? F8. We need to get Leicester down on here as well. Leicester, Lancaster even. Probably should check I've got the tail lights on as well while we're here. Cab light. Where is it? Tail light. Yeah, it's on tail lights. We're fine. Of course, all this is making me late. I think the reason being Southwestern is that Morecambe is a shadow of... I mean, the point being that this is an inaccurate representation of Morecambe Station as it is now, because this old Morecambe Station's been closed down, but this is kind of based on the time when steam trains would have come in with sort of holiday workings on summer Saturdays, and you would have a really busy train, and Morecambe Station probably would have been absolutely packed with excursion trains, because you used to have things like, I think going back to the 1950s, you had I think they were called wake weeks, where factory workers were given like 2 weeks off in the summer, and people would head off on the train on holiday. So that's really why Blackpool North is such a big station as well. Really catches the flange well here. No, I didn't, Kane, no. Ah, excellent, Pete. Yeah, I knew it was a music venue now. I mean, it's brilliant the fact that it just wasn't demolished and that they kept it going, that it's still there. But yeah, that's brilliant. So was it good as a music venue? We're stopping at one of the best station names in the country as well, Bear Lane, coming up. I like that. Close Morecambe in entirety, a horrible place. Oh, okay, yeah. No, I've not heard about that, Kanan. Oh, when we get to the end of this run then, and perhaps make it half time then, I guess. We'll probably do a 150 run then, and then I think we'll move on to doing a bit of freight. Or no, I'll tell you what, we'll do after that. We'll do the Caledonian Sleeper. Just sounds as though it wasn't meant to happen, wasn't it? The brakes coming on there. No, not a 66. No, if we do we're doing a freight, we're going to be doing an 86 this week. Shame, unless she's watching on telly, shame Rachel isn't in attendance as well this week. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're going to do a double-headed 86, but we'll do the Caledonian Sleeper will be with an 86 as well. Well, we've got a choice on that. I think there's like one that's in the daytime, but I don't know whether we're going to do north or south on that yet. We'll decide them in. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, slightly more interesting, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely, Craigu. Yeah. I mean, the original timetable that came with the game was great, but it's good to have all this set in a different era. And I think this 2019 timetable just definitely breeds a lot of new life into the game. Try and make the 10 this time. Where does it kick in? The 10, I can't. It's obviously on the junction. I don't think there's a 10 marker, is there? Yeah, you see, if you do that hoodless, you wouldn't be able to recognise that from the sign, would you? Ah, good evening, Amaze Taste. I was getting worried about you. How are you? You all right? I thought you'd. I thought that was it. You weren't coming back to us. Yeah, how are you doing? You all right? I was a bit worried about that signal there, but it is yellow. Ah, right, fair enough. Right, ah, right, you've been working on Sunday. That's fair enough, yeah. Crikey, they certainly get their pound of flesh out of you, though. I suppose you're not missing out by. I suppose hopefully they're doing you all right on the pay front. I know we were a bit worried though at the start of the stream. I thought, oh, he's not here. Now we're going to have to keep an eye out for that signal because it was single yellow, wasn't it? So I presume, hopefully, approach control. Have you managed to get this installed then, Amaze Taze? I know it was. I think Rachel was a bit put off by the cargo line branding pack thing being a requirement that you had to uninstall it, but oh, we're okay with the signals. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's worth taking advantage of. My problem with work is I seem to have done so much unpaid overtime over the years. Ah, brilliant. Yeah, no, that's fantastic. Yeah, it's absolutely superb little pack, and I think it just breathes absolutely new life into this route. I mean, it's already great, but it's fantastic. No, I just found one where for some reason, if you spawn in a Lancaster to Morecambe, it doesn't seem to like it, certainly with the 142 anyway, but other than that it's not been a problem. I mean, we did a Lancaster to Carnforth, which was alright. Right, excellent Southwestern, yeah. There we go, there's my little ski whiff Lancaster on the destination blind. Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I'm kind of the same. I mean, it's lovely to have the old stuff, but I think this sort of era is absolutely fascinating. And I mean, although, as Peter said, you know, it's not the nicest thing to ride on in real life, but it's tremendous fun to drive the 142. Oh heck, Brian! Oh dear, that's a note from you. I've just hit the buffer stop there, but it's I think it's okay. So 2108 for Southwestern. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That's one thing we will do at some point tonight. We'll do a Freightliner. Didn't mean to do that. We'll do a Freight 86 double-headed one later on as well. Right, so what is my score? 2052. So there you go. Southwestern, I think you've won both of those runs there between us. Well, let's get the scoreboard updated. Well played there, Southwestern. So what was it? I know it was... What was it? Well, we'll just say Lancaster to Morecambe, I think. Sorry, Morecambe. We'll say Morecambe to Lancaster. It's usually me with the spanning at red signals. So Southwestern was, what did we say, 2108. And I was 2052. There we go. So well done, Southwestern. That's well played. And so we'll take a quick break. Actually, I'll perhaps decide on the next run while we're at it. So we'll do one more Northern Trains one, but we'll do a 150 this time, and then we'll move on to doing something a bit more long distance. So yeah, well played, Southwestern. It's really appreciated you joining in the runs. It makes it more interesting. Yeah, we'll perhaps try. We'll perhaps try Morecambe to Lancaster in the 150. So we'll do that 12:30 to Hotel 62 in a second. So I'll do the usual thing about just closing down the game. Hopefully to avoid it crashing. So where's the stream gone again? Yeah, the 1972 stop. Yeah, a little bit Southwestern, but I think we'll finish that one for there, and then I'm just going to take a quick break, have a coffee, and we'll be back in a second. Right, I'm back. So let's get the game loaded up again. Not quite totally got my head around that tools thing, the way it keeps flashing up every now and again. I still don't really know the ins and outs of what it's all for, apart from the fact that you need it to make this timetable mod work properly. We were saying a bit earlier on as well, May says in the chat earlier, that a bit quiet on the season of reveals with the announcement, so hopefully a bit more tomorrow, but we'll have to wait and see on that. So we'll do another short run and then we'll delve into, I think, probably the Caledonian Sleeper maybe. But I'm thinking Southwestern. I have no clue what it is, and it's not been popping up. Oh, it's there's some sort of tools thing that you have to install for it to work properly, I believe, this timetable. Maybe it works without it. I've not tried it, but it's in the installation instructions. So right, so 150, and then hope I'm not getting confused, everybody, now by saying a different service. Say it's a little bit more off on the cup this week with being away over the weekend. So I think that's the one I said, wasn't it? 12 Hotel 62, Lancaster to Carnforth. $12.46. Good evening, King K Games. Hope you are well. Yeah, well, that's the good thing, because by default, it seems that, okay, you can obviously alter the date anyway, but it loads it up, excuse me, in June. So, yeah, there is actually a Caledonian Sleeper that's in the daytime. I mean, that looks pretty good as well, doesn't it? I know it's probably what you would call a bog car, Peter, but I think the 150 looks great. I presume, I'm not totally sure, but I presume this is the one from Riviera line, rather than the one from West Cornwall local. Oh, actually, I'll tell you what. Oh, hang on. Oh, I'm in a funny position here. Sit in driver's seat, that's it. I need the... It's a good looking bog cart though, isn't it? And I've not checked it out, but if it is the Riviera Line one, then presumably we get announcements with it, I'm imagining. Thanks, by the way, Scooby, for putting the links in for your runs as well on the Discord channel. Very interested to be able to see it, and glad we can see you participating in these services now. Right, now we get some speed up. We are full car as well. Can't actually remember if we've got destination blinds on this, have we? I don't know. No, maybe not. It's also going to be a short run anyway, so it's only a short run to Carnforth, then we'll do something a bit longer after that. I've just seen you say, Pete, yeah, no such thing as a good looking bog cart. Yeah, excellent. I keep noticing those neutral section signs, and then I have to keep reminding myself, well, I'm driving a diesel here, so we don't need to worry. Oh, crikey, Scooby, that sounds like a blooming nuisance. Nice little stretch this. You can, it's not very far, but you can actually go quite fast. And okay, again, in theory, I think we're supposed to be restricted to 75, but as it hasn't indicated there that we've got to do 75, then I'm quite happy to break the speed limit for this journey. I suppose arguably, as we did one to Carnforth earlier on, I should have done it the other way, but anyway, never mind. And again, you can't, points-wise, you can't really build up a huge array of points on these short services, but there probably won't be that much points between us, I'm guessing. Oh, brilliant, yeah. Well, it kind of makes it easier. You haven't got to worry about heading off the train and having to get in a car at some point. So easier from the old point of view of being able to get a few drinks on board as well. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be... I won't be venturing onto the 67 again in 2025, but I'd love to do it again next year at some point. Yeah, you can see actually how beautifully they've done this livery. But we do have to be a little bit careful because I think that was a single yellow, wasn't it? So it'll probably be okay, and we'll get it into probably be an approach control, but you can never assume, of course, so better be careful. It's 15 over the junction anyway. And then it's 10 just before the platforms, isn't it? Yeah, we're still red. I think, judging by the last time, it wasn't until we kind of got right on top of it that it actually cleared. Yeah, there we go. And I think the 10s, I think I missed the 10, didn't I, last time, but it's actually just before the platforms. But we'll have a good look at the 150 when we get into the station. Yeah, it's a damn good point, Peter. I'm glad I did it this year. I'm glad I did it this year. I mean, it was definitely one of the greatest days of the year for me, making that trip down from Piccadilly to Cardiff. It was absolutely beautiful. Beautiful day as well. Lovely sunshine and great views. Nice, pleasant afternoon. 3-course meal. Glass of bottle of wine. I did fall asleep when I got to Cardiff, mine. You just want to be always able to do more of these runs, don't you? So this is the livery. Very, very nice it looks too. It looks nice on the outside as well, and you can see all the decals and the stickers or whatever they are, all very, very nicely modelled. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's great, the bouncy feel, King. It's fantastic. So I'll make a note of the score. So I'm 2-2 TSW6 and then I'll just have a quick look back at the inside of the train as well. Oh, we've got another driver already in place, so we're okay there, and we're already going. And as you can see, it's not just standard Great Western seating, they've actually kitted it out in blue as well. Yeah, there is that. Yeah, it does spoil your drink. Who says we haven't got the Cumbrian coastline in the game? Yeah, they have. That's what's lovely about it. I mean, by rights, they didn't need to do the interior, but they've worked on doing that. Ah, excellent. 2267 Amaze Tage, yeah. Brilliant. Wow. That's a good score. And then we'll get Brian's in a minute. Yeah, it's very bright, aren't they? I think G Loves Trade said these are the seats that always seem to attract the hares for some reason. I'm going to carry on for a few seconds because we are going to run out of scenery fairly soon. Yeah, that's a good point, Southwestern. I think it does carry on, although we won't be too far off because, I mean, I think you'd probably zoom up a little bit. Oh, there's a Pendolino coming through. So they had to model that bit because obviously that's crossing the main line there. So we're going over the West Coast main line at that point, and then it carries on. Let's just see how far it carries on. I don't want to go on for too long on this, otherwise we're never going to get onto the next run. But yeah, it goes on for a fair old distance. 2249. For Brian. But yep, thank you very much, Brian. Again, so you were just slightly behind, but let's pop that into the scoreboard. So we'll make that, I forgot what I said it was now, 2 Hotel 62 Lancaster to Morecambe. So let's pop the leaderboard into view. So let's go back to it. So Amaze Taze was the same score as me, so that was easy enough. 2267. So I'm 2267, and then Brian, otherwise known as the Ferryman, of course, was 2249. So you can't get much closer than that, really. But on these very short runs, that's very, very often the case. So as ever, thank you very much all for competing, and then we'll move on to the next service. Did I really? Yeah, what did I put? I was trying to do things fast. Oh yeah, I did indeed, yeah. There we go. Corrected it. Hopefully that's a bit better. Right, so what shall we do next then? So we'll now do, I think we'll move on to the Caledonian Sleeper with the 86. Such a variety of stuff that you can drive. Sorry, not with the 86, with the I don't know if it's the 86-1 or the 86-4, but no, it wasn't that one. It must be the 86-4 then. Yeah, that's the one we're going to do. The 0348 Preston to Carlisle. So 1 Sierra 26. Yeah, absolutely, Pete. Yeah. Have I really? Well, I was trying to do it quick, but anyway, not to worry. We'll ignore that for now. Making sure I've switched the leaderboard. Oh no, I haven't switched the leaderboard off, have I? Right, there we go. Back with the game. Yeah, you never quite know. But that is the great thing, because it's June, that we are in daylight. So even though it's 3:48 in the morning, we're due off at 3:50. So we've got to do a little bit of gibbery pokery. If I can remember where the control thing is in here. It's it over here, isn't it? Then we need the DVD setting, so that's done there. The only thing I'm not sure about is whether these purple livery was accurate. Oh, actually, I might as well do this while we're here. I don't know whether the purple livery was accurate for 2019 or not. Yeah, absolutely, Pete. Yeah. So this looks absolutely lovely. So this is a Caledonian Sleeper livery. So this is represented 86401 Mons Meg. Got that little squiggle thing that they have for the Caledonian Sleeper. Now these are the carriages. Now obviously, needless to say, they're just normal Mark III carriages. We haven't got any proper sleeper stock in the game, sadly. It'd be lovely if they could cover up the windows at least and make them tinted, but even so, looks pretty nice. But I don't know exactly at what point they changed them over to the more recent livery. Excuse me. I had a feeling that by 2019 that they wouldn't be like this, but I could be wrong. Oh, we haven't put the master switch on, have we? There we go. Yeah, they use Mark V's now, which completely different. But I know that the Mark III sleepers were certainly decked out in a different livery in later years. Well, the Mark IIIs were still used in 2019, but I've got a feeling that the livery wasn't like this in 2019. But I'd have to check my facts. I could be wrong on that. I mean, I think I'm right in saying, I'm sure it's been said somewhere that that Just Trains were asked if they could be modded, and I'm pretty sure that Just Trains were reluctant to allow them to do it. So whether that means at some point they've got plans to introducing the sleeper stock pack, I don't know. No, it's actually class 92's Concord, because the issue is that they have Dellner couplings, so the 86s and the 87s would be no good. Oh, good evening, Josh. Yeah, hope you're well. And good evening, Parish Hayes 2000. Yeah, this is a mod on for PC only, of course, but it's on Train Sim Community. So this is the 2019 timetable. So fits in very nicely with Josh's West Coast Main Line South 2019 timetable, and also with the Birmingham Cross City Line 2019 timetable. So you've basically got a load of new stuff in there. You've got Pendolino runs, you've got 142s in Northern Trains, you've got 150s, 153s, 158s in Northern Trains liveries, and some of them have got the interiors modded as well, and they've added in loads of rail tours. There's absolutely hundreds and hundreds of trains that you can drive as well, so it certainly makes a huge difference. Yeah, agreed, King. And I did that video a while back, didn't I? Journey of a Nighttime, and a bit cliched, really, because it's the obvious thing to call it. But I quite enjoyed that with the 92 mods from enhancement pack from Armstrong Powerhouse. It's and the 92 the Mark 5 sleepers have been done really nicely. Yeah, I'm sure I'll get it working at some point for you, King. For Kanan. Yeah, again, I mean, that's the weird thing about the Sleeper, because, again, if you get your timing right, and I think I did rugby. Oh, we got that voice back again. It's something to do with Discord, isn't it? I'm going to knock Discord off. I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah.
Still there, though. What's going on? I can still hear a voice. Very good point.
Hello.
Is it you, Seb?
Hello.
Hello, Seb. Well, I've just switched off Discord, so I don't know why that's still coming up. Oh, okay. Well, this is all new to me. I didn't even know how to include that.
Hello.
Well, how come if I've closed down Discord, why is it still... I can certainly hear a voice.
Can you hear me or not?
Or is it coming through? What's it coming through then?
Yeah.
So what's the call on then? Leave the call, Mr. Peter. Knock it off.
Hello, mate.
Hello, mate. But if I want to switch it off, where the heck is it? Yeah, I must look out for these neutral sections, actually. Right, just 2 seconds then. Let me reload my Discord. Oh, I see. Yeah, right.
What's going on?
Right. So this is I think that should do it. Thought it's got to be something to do with Discord. Yeah, I think that should do it, if I've got that right. I presume we're restricted to 80 miles an hour, I would imagine, on this service. I would love to. I would absolutely love to see the these Mark III carriages properly kitted out as proper Caledonian Sleepers, but it's quite a good thing for now. Hiya, Seb. Indeed, mate, yeah. No, I've kind of knocked it off for the moment. I mean, it's a good thing to have, but I think we kind of need it. We need to have it in a bit more of an organised way if we do it. You know, it's something maybe we can. Once I completely understand it, then it's something we could introduce in the future, maybe, Seb. Yeah, I think so. It's going to take an hour and 17 minutes, isn't it? So we are non-stop to Carlisle, and also we're kind of going downhill as well. Run down a little bit, I think. Hopefully keep us about right, I'm all being well. Yeah, that's right. You could almost go to sleep driving the Sleeper. Yeah, I have said, to be honest, that and it's no offence, but as I say, really for the voice chat, I need to be kind of understanding what it's all about from my side, and then you know, I wouldn't mind at some point we could have a chat and we could do it properly, but you know, we need to kind of do it a little bit more organised. And that's kind of the thing, isn't it, with the Sleeper? It's clearly you could run it a lot quicker, and you could get to the ultimate destinations a lot earlier, but it just wouldn't make any great sense. You kind of do feel as though it's a bit more of a challenge, Southwestern, don't you? It's driving. I mean, you know, driving the Pendolino, great fun, really enjoy it, but it's very easy to drive. Yeah, that will be interesting, and even be interesting to see when the ATS Class 90 comes out, whether whether it's got all that installed for, you know, the passenger. I know it's going to be a freight one, but it'd be, hopefully we can run it even on this straight off. Yeah, although, you know, funnily enough, I'm looking forward to that as well. I will look forward to the 805 pack coming out. Ah, excellent, Southwestern, yeah. So that's the TSW one. So, oh, are they involved with it? Are they? And they are the people who did the flirt, didn't they? Or they helped with the flirt with ATS. So, hopefully, fingers crossed, it's not going to be too far off before we're running the Class 90 in the game. That's going to be something to look forward to. Ah, good evening, Sam, as well. Such a long old train as well, isn't it? The Sleeper. Yeah, that's right. It's all going to be tomorrow. I mean, last week was a bit tame, wasn't it? And I'm hoping we do get something tomorrow. Okay, I suppose, you know, if you're madly into German trains, then there was a bit of interest, but there wasn't much UK-wise last week, was there really? So it'd be nice to get a bit more. I'm really hoping for either this week or next week that we get something that we just don't know about to be introduced for the UK. A couple of new UK routes would be brilliant. And then also it's like, what's going to come out before Christmas? Are we going to get the 805 pack? Are we going to get, I don't think we're going to get the HST pack, are we? But it's not looking as though the Crew Preston route's going to come out until after Christmas, but who knows? I know they started just trains with the announcements last week, so be great if suddenly that came out middle of December. All right, you mean weather-wise, Southwestern? Yes, indeed. I suspect you know a little bit more than most, but I can fully understand that you can't tell us. That's absolutely fair enough. But yeah, hopefully tomorrow will be a bit more exciting. I mean, I'm guessing, and again, I know you can't tell us, but you probably have got a fair idea when West Coast Main Line Crew Preston's coming out as well. Wow, amazed Dave, you don't know either? I'm amazed. I am absolutely amazed. I think it is a better way of doing it though, and we did say this earlier, but I know you two were in the chat at the time, but I think the daily thing got a bit tedious last year. Whether we're going to get the same amount of reveals over the 3 weeks, I don't know, but having just a weekly sort of newsletter thing is kind of much better. I mean, I think we're fairly. There seems to be a lot of belief that the new lot doing that next route is going to be Wherry lines, but again, it's all guesswork. Yeah, I and so says all of us Southwestern. Oh, I'm doing a bit of speeding here. I was saying to, we were talking at work the other day about, I had to mention about this Trans-Siberian Express, and I think there is some sort of weird game that's available, but it's kind of partly train driving, but partly a little bit more action-packed, where you have to take on a bit of alcohol to try and counter the extreme cold, and you have to stop and do a little bit of shooting because there's snipers in the vicinity and all stuff like that. So I did watch a stream on it once. It looked quite good, but it was a little bit too sort of too much off piste, as it were, for me to buy. Yeah, I think the problem with last year was that they did hype it up. They said we've got a daily season of reveals, and the last one is going to be something really, really special. So we were kind of I've missed every neutral section, by the way, haven't I, so far? So I think they kind of created a rod for their own back. So, I mean, in their mind, it was something interesting, it was something different, but it wasn't quite the something different that we were all hoping for. Oh, I know. I mean, we're never going to be happy until we have every single part of the UK in the game, and you know, even then, you can immediately have that argument over, well, I want it in the modern day, I want it set in the 70s. Some people will say, no, I want it set in the 50s when it was steam trains. So you're never, ever going to get it to absolutely everybody's satisfaction, but it's part of the excitement, really. But I do think without any shadow of doubt we've got UK route content. It's got to be announced fairly soon, because we've got Crew Preston, we know that's coming, but I mean, I know we've got Stratford to, well, the extension for the North London line, Willesden Junction to Richmond, but in terms of actually brand new routes, there is nothing else that we know about that's in the pipeline, so there has to be something confirmed quite soon. I mean, I've said before, but I've got nothing personally against Thomas. I think it would have been better, as other people have said, I think it would have been better as a separate game. Yeah, I think that's one of your calls for ages, isn't it? But again, kind of local to you. I hope the colours are coming across reasonably well. Yeah, as you say, Pete, if you take your glasses off, then they're sleeper carriages. Yeah, 100%. And you've got high hopes and expectations. I couldn't remember what they were called, actually. Thanks for reminding me. Firefly, yeah. you've kind of got high hopes and expectations, because we know with Bell and Forks and Jet Wash, the people that have been involved, the work they've done in mods in the past, so we know that it's whatever they produce is going to be good. I mean, again, a lot of speculation that it's going to be Werry lines, but I think that's partly because there was I think on the creators, on the forum, with the sort of the creators, the edited stuff, I think there was some screenshots and then that was pulled, so I think some people have put 2 and 2 together, maybe made 5 and think it's the Werry lines. I know, I've been doing hopeless with this neutral sections. I've been too busy watching the chat. Yeah, exactly, Pete. I'm exactly the same. I mean, my first book, I think, was with Henry. I've probably even got it somewhere in the house. About he needed special coal, Welsh coal, I think it was. Yeah, I loved them. I had, you know, a couple of annuals as well and all that sort of stuff. But I think it was just out of place in the game. And probably Martel, is it Martel? We're probably a bit disappointed by the reaction as well. I think it kind of didn't fit in very well. Oh, I can see some. Did I see some maroon stock in there as well? Hurtling through Carnforth Station. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, and I think that would have benefited Dovetail Games as much as it would have done anybody else. Yes, indeed, yeah. I remember it well. That probably read there about, I don't know, 1976, something like that, I reckon. But yeah, I could picture in my mind the those little books that they had at the time, and long before it was made into an ITV series. So I'm exactly the same. You know, love the books. Got absolutely nothing against Thomas the Tank Engine, but it's just that, you know, in terms of driving it in the game, then no. Yeah, they might have, as you say, they might have been part of the original agreement. I'm sure, I don't know who said it, but I'm sure somebody said that actually didn't sell very well. So even having done the overtime today then, the Mace, you're not up at 5:30 again tomorrow, are you? Yeah, you kind of understand the theory. I think I said it myself at the time when it was first announced, but you know, I mean, it kind of, you can understand the concept, but then the reality was obviously somewhat different. I mean, I suppose the problem is the kind of the age group that will be very interested in Thomas. You're then going to struggle to sit them in a Class 86 and talk about notching up and doing all this sort of stuff. So there's quite a big learning curve. Oh, crikey, O'Reilly, mate, he's bloody ink. Oh, there we go. There's a couple of 66s with a long freight service. I don't think Rachel's joined us tonight, but I think she made a couple of comments on the video I did on the Voyager in the week, and I think I don't think she was overly enamoured about the idea of getting rid of the cargo line mod, the one that they said didn't work with it, but I haven't really seen any massive problems. Yeah, it's oh, good evening, Angela. Yeah, you're too right, but it's quite a tricky little beast to keep it at the exact speed. That's the problem, because you kind of get up to 80, and then the issue is then that it's hard to get it to just level off. I mean, we're on completely level ground at the moment. Yeah, hope you're well. I think she was. I think what happened is she read in the instructions that there's one particular cargo line mod that it says mustn't be installed, and so I think she then messaged the author, and she said he was a bit arrogant with her, so I think she kind of fell out with him and then uninstalled the pack. And I said, well, you know, maybe he was just getting a bit stressed about some of the messages. I'm sure it wasn't anything too personal. But hopefully she'll get it sorted out. Because the thing is, I mean, Rachel, I think more than anybody, would love to do those freight runs with the double-headed Freightliner set in the 2019 timetable, I'm sure. And the thing that pleases me is there are Freightliner runs that are about an hour or so, whereas if you do this the original British Rail Blue one, they tend to be like 2.5 hours or something, so I've kind of been reluctant to do one of those on the stream. No, I was the same, but she was very she was very cut and dried about it. She kind of said, you know, if I can't have that in, I'm not playing it, sort of thing. So I don't know. Hopefully she'll sort things out. But yeah, I mean, who knows? I'd love one of the season of reveals to be that we were getting a not necessarily a Mark 5 sleeper pack, but a Mark 3 sleeper pack with these, a proper Mark 3. That would be great. Yeah, exactly, Josh. I mean, to be honest, I was the same. I loaded up the pack originally. I did have that branding patch installed, and it didn't load up the Class 86 Freightliners, and they weren't even there. But I messed about with it, and I took it out, and straight away it was no problem. Yeah, I think so. I think there was a little bit of stuff like that. I think the issue is, Angela, that I think the problem is the train and the carriages. Okay, I think we're doing an 86.4, so we'd be restricted to 100. But if you had an 87 on board, you could go at 110 mile an hour, but you would end up arriving at the destinations at the middle of night. So it's kind of to make sure that you're actually getting to the destinations at kind of 7-8 o'clock in the morning and beyond. Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And again, oh, that was another neutral, wasn't it? I might spot one of them before we get to Carlisle, Josh. Good point, Concord. Yeah, so did I. I can't remember what the point behind it was. They went for a proper old tease with that, didn't they? Yeah, correct. I mean, I think the old story about when the sleeper all those years ago crashed at Morpeth going round the bend. I think basically the driver, because he'd been drinking a bit, had fallen asleep, but he was actually speeding, and I think some of the people in the cabins were said they'd noticed before the crash that they were actually being flung about a little bit more than normal. Yeah, there's some beautiful, beautiful timing, isn't there? And that's one of the great things. And again, this is why Train Sim World is so much superior, because you're kind of limited to whatever time the scenario creator's done it in Train Sim Classic. But with this, you've got absolutely loads of choice. They're Mark III carriages, Angela. So there were indeed Mark III sleeper trains used. I mean, they use Mark Vs now, but these are modded in terms of the livery, but they actually are just basically just normal Mark IIIs. There's no proper Mark III sleeper train in the game at the moment. So Beast trying to actually keep this at roughly 80 mile an hour. Yeah, excellent, Josh. Yeah, and quite understand it. The thing is, I suppose, from your point of view, you've obviously spent months and months working on it, and then you've kind of then got to go back to it and working on things that aren't quite right. So it must feel a bit tedious sometimes. generally it's a lot more a stable game, TSW6, than TSW5, and that's notwithstanding the fact that clearly there is a massive issue in terms of console users and the blurry textures. I love it when you start getting that orange tint and glow off the track as well. It's just absolutely stunning. And although, you know, obviously we're not doing Riviera Line this week, it's definitely, I've enjoyed it a lot more than I was expecting I would do, really, because it's busy and it's varied, which is all that you can want and expect from a timetable, really. As ever, we just want a bit more of it done, don't we? Although, you know, Exeter to Plymouth and Paignton was probably more than I was expecting that they would do. Yeah, it does look brilliant, and I got quite, I almost was on the verge of buying it a few months back, but I didn't get round to purchasing it. But even watching some of the mods in and around London, I quite like the bit where you suddenly went past St Pancras, and then you thought, oh wait a minute, King's Cross is coming up, and then yeah, sure it is. And some of the bits around the UK looked absolutely beautifully done. I think you bought the bus as well, didn't you? That around Berlin. And I've seen videos of that, and again, at times it looks virtually lifelike. And I mean, I'm never going to be like a big kind of bus simulator kind of person, but if they could produce a sort of a bus simulator in the UK up to the sort of the real world, or you know, the graphical standards of TSW, then I'll be delighted. Yeah, it's lovely, Pete. Yeah, I mean, I've said before, I've got from a nostalgia point of view, for me, I quite like having 08 Shelley, because that's kind of what I grew up with trains. I expected catenary to be there. Ah, right, okay, that's worth having a look at, Maystays. Yeah, there's quite a bit of playability with that, though, Oscar, with those packs. That'll keep you out of mischief for some while. I've been quite naughty there. You probably should never put the brakes on like that without cutting the power. Yes, indeed, Oscar. Yeah, just seen. Yeah, yeah. It sounds very good. Oh wow, well that's a bargain in its own right. £4.22. Oh right, okay, well I think that could be an instant purchase. Even if I don't play on it for months, at least it's in the bag, as it were. I mean, I ask you, I know it was lovely earlier on when we did the northbound run, but I mean, you know, that is absolutely stunning, isn't it? Yeah, there's absolutely loads, and I mean, I kind of put, you know, for the title of the stream, it's a deep dive, but it's impossible to even scratch the surface. We could do a 24-hour stream and we wouldn't be remotely covering it. So I'm sure we will come back to this in future weeks. Right, oh, that's interesting, Southwest. And yeah, I mean, I've got a suspicion. Mind you, I don't know. I don't think there's a proper timetable for it, is there? But there's I'm sure there's one or two scenarios that are set in sort of northern train liveries days, because of course, you know, it's perfectly possible to have northern trains and it be before electrification. So, as always, just to say thank you very much, everybody, for watching. And if you are right, I've seen it this time. Even then, I didn't see the early warning for it, but at least I got there before I think we hit the circuit breaker or whatever it's called. I know that is the trouble. It's very, very difficult to. I mean, it's a tricky train to drive, and you know, if you're driving the 66 sometimes, particularly if it's slightly uphill or you know there isn't much of a gradient, then it's quite straightforward. But with this thing, you can come a cropper very, very easily, because it's 1 second you're going uphill and then the next you're going down. I mean, there is Les Ross as well in as a rail tour. I think there was some issue about somebody showed off them having grey carriages because the livery, but I think that's been fixed. But I love how you know, these mods, like when we were looking at the 150, it was kind of like, it's not just the outside, the exterior that's been changed, but they've even changed the colouring on the inside as well, which is really, really good. I just love the whine of the old 86s. We might actually be at the point where we're going so steeply. Oh no, we're gaining speed slightly, but you get these because of the climbs. It's sometimes you can actually start losing speed with such a long train. And you know, needless to say, we could have set this in December, and it would have been completely dark for the whole journey. But whilst that's good fun to do, it just wouldn't have the same visual effect, I think, for everybody watching. It's a lovely train to drive. Yeah, I think it's just such a shame, Scooby, like we talked before, but I find it amazing the fact that you can't buy a PC and then transfer over. But I think, you know, I think logistically it's been said it's not possible, but it just seems a shame. Does it really, Southwestern? That's a little bit random, isn't it? Try doing a 221 on the Malbay line. I think sometimes the difficulty is you can get unexpected consequences. I'm sure that wasn't an intentional thing. I presume when you go into the yellow mark, then I presume you do still get points knocked off. Well, I don't know whether it's just when you go into the red mark, but you're still speeding, aren't you, even if only slightly? That's really random, isn't it? Why would the 221 substitute for or the 378 substitutes for the 221? Very strange. Funny, we're talking about like Switzerland and stuff, but there's bits of this where you go through these rocky like bits through the mountains. It can be a bit like that. yeah, I suppose if you're doing a, I don't know, some sort of empty stock working, then it's, you know, it's kind of almost feasible. It would be so handy to have a little speed control feature. But yeah, agreed, Pete. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy the 87 as well, but I think apart from anything else as well, just having the 87 in the Preston Carlisle was just a bit limiting. You know, and sort of adding the Mark II carriages as well, that there weren't, you know, the air-conditioned Mark IIs, and we've got more variants coming out with Crew Preston as well. Again, just adds to the realism, because you'd start to lose believability by having sort of Mark IIIs all the times in 87s. But I enjoy driving both, but I love the fact that the characteristics are different, and as you say, you do feel that immediately in the game, that it's not as powerful. I mean, you can even do silly little things like you can shut down part of the motors as well and make it more challenging, but I'm not going to mess about doing that. I think we've got quite a bit of downhill bits at this point now. But I mean, the 86s and the older electrics I grew up with. So you know, I very much remember 81s, 82s. 83s, not really 84s massively, because they were kind of hugely unreliable, and you didn't see them knocking about very much. Certainly 85s, I mean, more often than not, when we used to go train spotting at Birmingham New Street on a summer Saturday, we'd get the paint train down. It was nearly always an 85 hauling us. Yeah, I hope so, or at least something, some of it. I can't even remember what time the announcements come out, but unfortunately, I'll be working, and our sort of internet filter system would at work blocks us things like Train Sim World anyway, so even at lunchtimes, but I can have a look. Doesn't block me from YouTube, thankfully. Very good. Southwestern, yeah. I think some people, I think I've heard that one before about people saying about that Stourbridge town branch. You know, it's only like 4 or 5 miles anyway, isn't it? So, ooh, cracky, that was bouncy. Oh yeah, well, I think they should go the whole hog and say, well, it's such a special line that you know, it needs to be unfortunately, it just costs us so much to put that together. So that one will cost £65 to release. Ah, okay, about 2 o'clock is it? Okay, well I won't be able to see it till about 5 o'clock. Then I'll have a look on my phone at that point. Haha. All right, fantastic, Pete. Oh, absolutely, Southwestern, yeah. But we've kind of got to get new UK routes announced, haven't we? It's got to be soon, because there's not much left UK wise on the roadmap to come out, you know, other than other packs. So it's got to be soon. I mean, if Crew Preston came out this side of Christmas, then it would make it 6 UK routes this year, I think. So it's kind of, I know it's not really been one every 2 months, but it kind of averages out like that. Ah, okay. Right, you've gone through a red signal, have you? Oh, I've got 75 here, speaking of which. Yeah, and all the passengers have been flung from their berths. You went round a sharp corner and everybody was flung out of bed at the same time. Yeah, I mean, all these routes are supposed to be highly considered, and I can't even remember there's some sort of weird an acronym that they've got for it, something like lamp oil, isn't it, or something, but goodness knows what it stands for, I can't remember. You're obviously not going to get passenger runs at 10 to 5 in the morning, really, so it's all freight. Yeah, lamp oil, yeah. Oh, I missed another neutral section. I heard the sound of it going off. I don't think it's capable of knocking me off points for not doing the neutral sections very well, which is just as well. I mean, sometimes even the excuses can get a bit tedious, because you know, sort of East Coast Main Line, and immediately, well, why have you done Doncaster to Peterborough and not King's Cross to Peterborough? And it was like, well, King's Cross to Peterborough would be too much work. You know, I'm paraphrasing, but that's kind of what they said. Ah, fair enough, Lee, fair enough. So I think if I get the chance in the week, I'll start to put together some an amended Christmas-themed opening titles with some snow in, and then we've kind of got 3 Christmas streams then coming up. Oh no. Oh, that's annoying, Amaze Taze. I mean, you've done most of the run as well. We're only 15 minutes, 15 miles away from Carlisle. Yeah, like I say, I'm paraphrasing a little bit. That wasn't exactly what they said, but they kind of said, look, there's loads and loads of stations between King's Cross and Peterborough. Ah, right, okay. Well, I hope you enjoyed Lee. I don't watch any films these days. I really don't. So time-wise, where are we now? Oh, crack! It's 20:51. So I think, sadly, I was hoping to do a Freightliner run tonight, but I don't think we're going to get time. I might just have time to load it up and perhaps do 5 minutes on it or something. Yeah, definitely right. May say that'll be great actually once you've got everything sorted. Yeah, absolutely. I think so. The base stage, yeah. I mean, the thing is, like we've said before, you know, I think pretty much now DTG anyway aren't doing any route building, are they? It's all contracted out. So we've now started to get a solid team of third-party developers. So I think Skyhook aren't going to do route building, it seems. But you know, you kind of got Rivet Games, who are obviously very much trusted by DTG, and you've got All Aboard Studios, you've got the Alan Thompson commuter team, you've now got the new Firefly team. Yeah, it's a damn nuisance, isn't it? I mean, I still haven't got absolutely everything installed as far as TSW6 is concerned. I mean, I've got quite a bit put in. I thought that was mainly TSG, wasn't it, Concord? Do Dovetail still do some of the German stuff? Yeah, I think they will carry on with the wagon packs, and I think they've got a nice little niche that they've put together there, haven't they? Yeah, there's still a lot to be done on there, isn't there? I think they've tried, but they seem to be sort of struggling a bit with it. Yeah, so we've kind of got two German routes in the offing, haven't we? We've got that one that was previewed on Thursday, which I didn't. Or was it? No, it was Friday, wasn't it? I didn't see it because I was driving to me friends. Yeah, thank you very much, Pete. As ever, really appreciated your company, your comments, and your humour, as always. So yeah, see you next week. Thank you very much appreciated. But there's absolutely shed loads even in this pack. I mean, we could be going at it for weeks and only scratch the surface. So you know, I probably won't do a whole stream next week dedicated to it, but there's plenty to be going on with. The only good thing about speed limits with this thing is once you get past a certain point, you're more or less downhill all the way to Carlisle. So I've kind of taken all my hands away from the acceleration thing, and it's just a question of putting the brakes on every so often. So I think I'm right in saying that, I think with this one, Brian, I think we're the last two standing, aren't we? Excuse me. Yeah, I think that's the thing though, dude, isn't it? There's obviously, you know, most of these routes are 6-8 months, at least 6 months in development, aren't they? So, you know, essentially, you only get sort of formal announcements quite close to sometimes. And I know he had all the big, you know, sort of announcements in August, and the Czech one, the Portuguese one, you know, might be some months away. And clearly, you know, we've got a bit of news that the Tadami line is getting a bit closer, but I mean, it does look nice, but as I say, single line, sort of branch line, I don't think I can get overly thrilled about that. Yeah, they might have been in that colours, thinking about it. I'm just trying to visualise in my mind what they looked like when I went on it. Because I'd been on it round about this era, about 2019 for the first time. So yeah, I think they were in purple, thinking about it. Yeah, I hope Rachel does get things installed. It'd be good to for her to have a go at the doing one of those Freightliner runs. And I think the developer said that when the 90 comes out, he's going to put in the 90 as well for the freight runs, which again is going to be good. Yeah, it's funny to think, isn't it? It's this is what it's like in June. You know, sort of 4 minutes past 5 in the morning, and it's daylight, and you know, it's so different than when you get to December. We've got to start getting some brakes on. We've got the 75. So when I did the run earlier on, I kind of missed the 20, didn't I? So see if we can get down to 20 in time. I even love the sound of the brakes. So yeah, let's keep all fingers crossed. Tomorrow is exciting news for the part 2 of the season of reveals. Yeah, so we'll call it a day then when we get into Carlisle here, and then yeah, we'll definitely get the freight stuff. We'll definitely do a Freightliner run next week. We are signalled in. Yeah, bye Concord. Yeah, thank you very much as ever for your company and your contributions. It's all appreciated. Yeah, it's a good substitution, you know, rather than we obviously haven't got the proper sleepers in, but it's quite a acceptable version of it at the moment. But yeah, fabulous pack. I've enjoyed every second of running it so far. Again, another fantastic work of art. Ah, right. Hi, Kane. Yeah. Yeah, we're just finishing up. I'll try and have a look at your 47 thing in the week and see if I can figure out where it is in the game, but no time. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, we're just coming into our stop here at Carlisle. Please stop. Wow, just about. So I might have flung a few people out of the beds there. No, afraid not, mate. Because partly I don't know how to get it in the game. I know that I've installed it, like I showed you last week, but I'm not totally sure where it is at the moment. Because I tried it on various options and it wasn't working last week, was it? So. I like that. Never noticed that before. I like that, the Scottish branding as well. Oh, I know. Yeah. Well, all's well that ends well, because we reached our target and we were behind the signal. So right, 23.890 is my score for that run. Yeah, well, hopefully I can get it in another week, mate, if I can figure out. If you've got any ideas as to what routes, have a look at what routes you have installed yourself. Obviously not now, but look at what routes you have installed yourself and where it shows up. And then I'll be able to know where to look for it then. So it's 1S26. Let's just make a note of that. And we'll just hang on for Brian's score. Let's just go back to the timetable. So 1S26, I think. Yeah. So we'll say Preston to Carlisle. On the Sleeper, and then so I have what I forgot what I said then. 23890, and then we'll just hang on for Brian's score to end the stream. Yeah, thank you very much, FPS Gamer. Much appreciated. Yeah, thanks for joining us as ever. And again, just to say quickly, thank you to anybody that's lurking behind there that's watched tonight or watching back on another day or something. If you haven't considered before liking and subscribing, then if you do that, be really appreciated. But thank you very much for tuning in. Just making sure. Here we go. So Brian was 23,572. So yeah, thank you very much, Brian, for your contribution as well. And for taking part in these runs. Really appreciated, and it's great to have the challenge, and it, I think, as you can see, we kind of it swings and roundabouts sometimes. It's impossible to be perfect, to not ever speed. Very difficult when you're like trying to chat and everything else. But really appreciated you joining in. It makes it all the more enjoyable. Yeah, fantastic, Amaze Tage. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, see you all next week. And just to say, Seb, yeah, thanks for tuning in. And I wouldn't mind having a go at this voice chat at some point, and it's something we will explore. But it's kind of something that we need to kind of think about in advance, and it's really got to be planned out as best we can between us. So that'll be for another time. But thank you very much, everybody, and I'll try and get, as usual, a video up in the week. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's been some really close scores, and it kind of shows. And I think the more you do it when you're competing against somebody else, then the more you are looking constantly at the scoreboard. Sorry, at the making sure that you don't speed. So it does over time improve your driving, and I know that without any shadow of doubt. And I think Amaze Taze would say that even my train driving, which is not certainly perfect by any stretch of the imagination, has improved over time. Yeah, thanks, Craigu. Yeah, much appreciated. Yeah, really appreciated you joining us as well. Yeah, you could have a go. You could perhaps beat us all next week. But thank you very much. So that's about it. And from this week, from Power Flower, Trains and Planes, until next time, it is goodbye.